our minds at peace. The world out of order, listen then the heat, life gets colder. Oh yes, I have to find my path. No less walk on earth, water and fire. The elements compose a magnum. Opus melodus operandis without gun. Steel packed tight in micro. Chip on my armor, a sign of all pro. The ultimate reward is dining out of wars at odds with the times of wars with no lords. A freelancer, a battle cry of a hawk, make the dove fly and the tear dry. Wonder why low wolf don't run with the clan. Only trust instincts and be one with the plan. Some days, some nights, some live, some die in the way of the samurai. Some fight, some bleed, sun up, sun down, the sons of a battle cry. Some days, some nights, some live, some die in the name of the samurai. Some fight, some bleed, sun up, the sun down, the sons of a battle cry. A battle cry. Look, just the air around it with aura surrounding the air repairer. He might be a peasant, but shine like a grand royalty. Heed to the people and land loyalty. We witness it on water, hear this. See sickness in the ocean of wickedness. Set sail to the sunset, no second guessing. Fall each down with the spirit of the Wild West. The quote unquote code stands a tester. Time for the chosen ones to find the best. Noble minds that never grace the face of hemisphere with the fear fly over the blue yonder, where the sky meets the sea and I meets no I. And boy meets world and became a man to serve the word to say the day, the night, and the girl too. Some days, some nights, some live, some die in the way of the samurai. Some fight, some bleed, sun up, sun down, the sons of a battle cry. Some days, some nights, some live, some die in the name of the samurai. Some fight, some bleed, sun up, sun down, the sons of a battle cry. A battle cry.
Howdy, howdy. Thanks for joining me another Too Late Tonight with Tiki. Glad to see you guys hopping in on another stream. We're working on what we were working on yesterday. So we've been having a lot of fun. We've been working on our Scorpion Light Walkers mixed with, we did some, started some work with some Kempeitai yesterday. So they are, I kept saying Sailor Moon. I mean, it's like Sailor Guardian, but I think technically, my wife corrected me, I think it's, or Mrs. Tiki corrected me, I think it's technically Sailor Mars. Let me put some MP40s on them. Because I'm a big fan of WYSIWYG, you know, even in the made-up game of Conflict 47, it's still nice to have WYSIWYG. So here's a painted example. Skin tone's a little darker than what I was expecting, but I think it's because of the white parts of the uniform and the white gloves. So I think it kind of makes the skin tone look a little darker. So I kind of like the way it came out. I like the white gloves. I feel like kind of solidifies it as Kempeitai. And scale-wise, I think it works. Now these will mostly be used with the native. My natives will be my militia riflemen. So let's check the scale there. And yeah, I think the scale works. So. Alright, what we were hoping for, the reason why we stopped working on the Scorpions last night, is I ran out of lead belcher. My old one was getting pretty old. So you can tell, look how old my paint is. So this is Citadel base paint lead belcher. Notice the red, right? So this is what it currently looks like. Citadel color base lead belcher with a little bit of red right there. That's how old this paint is. I hold on to my paints. Citadel can be more expensive, but when you stick to it and use them a lot, you know, the paint kind of sticks. So like I said, we literally used up just about all this pot. All we had was like a little bit at the bottom. So we definitely used it. Now we got new hotness coming. We got rid of old bust, now we got new hotness coming in. So we'll go back, we'll work on the Scorpions. I'm hoping to finish both Scorpions today and maybe hopefully finish, ooh, almost took her out with some paint. Finish the other Kempeitai. That would be cool. I don't think we'll get that far, but I'm hoping we'll at least knock out both these Scorpions. These aren't on my vow for the Penal Legion for Morning Glory, because they're only worth 15 bucks each. So a combined cost of 30 points wasn't really worth it. And as far as the other thing I'm working on, I'm only basing it so far. I mean, I'll probably paint it away from the competition, is my aircraft. So this is a 28mm scale aircraft. I kind of put these prongs in the front for like a Fulton recovery system. But I'm going to be painting this in Crimson Skies Fortune Hunter color. So I think what it's going to be is I think it's going to be mostly red, black stripe going down the top. There's going to be black right here on this wingtip with a little bit of white underneath. Same kind of design back here on the tail. If you do hop in the chat, if you do see a link, what that link is that's a link to a video I just put out earlier this week, technically. Yes. I put it out Friday. It is the a narrative battle report for the first, or not the first Conflict 47 demo game I ran, but I ran a Conflict 47 demo game, and I took a lot of pictures, I took a lot of notes, so I could get content out of it and make some bat reps. Like one very user-friendly, very step-by-step, kind of showing you how to play. And one I want to do very narratively, you know, just kind of like, almost more like Dungeons & Dragons, like how the models and the dice kind of tell a story, and you just kind of bridge that narrative, you know? So that's what that bat rep is, that's the narrative version. Ooh, yeah, nothing like opening a new pot of paint. Oh yeah, this paint's like night and day compared to the old stuff. Hey, what's going on, Paint Games? So you've been busy playing some 40k with your Necrons? I heard through the grapevine, not that I'm a 40k player, but I heard the Necrons got a hell of a buff. Seems like it's a good time to be a spicy Tomb King, you know? Yeah. Yeah, I always try and get like one master copy done, you know, so I can see kind of what they look like. I'm a fan. Well, you know me, I love 500-point games. I feel like it's a good level of points to play. Very, very tactical, very fun. You know, you can't just bring like ultimate, you know, super power list and blow people off the table. You know, it's always kind of a sacrifice. Like, what are you going to take? What are you giving up at the cost of what? For Bolt Action 3rd Edition, it's seeming like that is now going to 750 point lists. 500 is a little too small unless you're doing like, you know, special operations or like special cinematic or, you know, or teaching games or small scale games. 1,000 is still a good list. It's kind of weird. 1250 is what everyone's leaning at right now, but 750 feels great. Oh yeah, this new paint is just absolute tits. This is what I'm talking about. That old paint, that part right there would take me like 10 minutes. This new paint's just going on super smooth. I have no idea how old that old paint was. Well, nice, man. I hope you have good holidays when they come up. Yeah, see me, I keep lifting up my other Scorpion to figure out how I painted it the first time, like what I painted what. There we go, gotta get his like legs and the ball joints in. No, so I generally don't do that. Not that it's not a good idea. I mean, I've seen people do that. I think it's kind of cool. I'm just not particularly going for that on these models, I don't think. I like to save that for particular models. Like a good example, if I'm taking a model in a recon platoon, so in Bolt Action, you know, we follow the, it's almost like the force organization charge that used to be in Warhammer 40k. So if you're taking models in a recon platoon, then I may put some extra shrubbery on them for that game. Like if I'm making a truck that I know I'll solely use, or like if a half track, if I'm only gonna use a half track in a recon platoon, then I'll make that half track have camo netting on it, if that makes sense. Yes, these light walkers do have the recon special rule, but they're not, you can't take them in a recon platoon, if that makes sense. Like when I make snipers, on the snipers I'll probably put ghillie suits, you know, but I wouldn't put them on like a regular troop. There you go. So yeah, I still paint them like all tan with like green shreds, but on the super exposed like mechanical parts that I think would take a lot of maintenance, like leaving those like kind of metal, I'll probably go back over and hit those in Nolan oil to kind of show like where the grease is for the hydraulics and stuff. Not right now. How the rules apply now for Conflict 47, you can't. There is Tank Wars, which is a special rule set for Conflict 47 that's allowed in Conflict 47 now. They've kind of crossed it over. So in 3rd edition Bolt Action, you can run armored platoons. So you can't, but that update is coming soon. So it's like I'm paying these guys to get them ready for the update, if that makes sense. That's why I have more than one Scorpion. But yes, so short answer is, yeah, once they open up version 3, yeah, HS nailed it, yeah. Once they open up the Force Organization style for version 3 for Bolt Action for Conflict 47, I'm probably absolutely going to take an armored platoon that's just going to be 5 Scorpions. Because you have to take 2 vehicles, 1 command vehicle, 1 regular, then you can take up to 3 more vehicles. So yeah, they're all going to be Scorpions. So actually, so speaking of heavy weather, it would be a kind of a cool camouflage is you could put like graffiti on one side of it and paint it, you know, in a very like almost destroyed urban, kind of like you ever seen like what is that, Zoolander, where it's like it's derelict, you know, kind of like hobo camouflage, you know, HOBO. Because you could have it kind of like laying down hidden in like a half-destroyed building inside of a city, and then someone kind of walks by, you see it just like stand up out of the ruins of a building, you know, and it looked like it was trash, but it's actually just like a walker. So you could do like almost like a Fallout look with like rust and weathering and all sorts of stuff on it, you know. Also, if you do hear any background noise more than normal, Mrs. Tiki is actually having trouble sleeping, so she's behind me playing some Baldur's Gate 3 in case you hear like clicking and clacking of the controller. That's all that is. As I say, I try not to go too crazy with like the silver and metallic paint. I really like to just do kind of like the ball joints and some of the other stuff. So yeah, so it's funny you mention that because the rules currently are a little messed up on it. So the way the rules take is, you know, imagine the tail's not here and it has like just a little end piece that goes back here. And when you take it like that, it comes with 2 casement-mounted front medium machine guns. So these are twin-linked medium machine guns in the nose, right? And then you can pay extra, and you can take this tail section, which includes an extra gunner, and you can see the slit where he stays in. He stays up here in the turret, right? And you can take a light anti-tank gun. And for no additional points cost, you can swap out the light anti-tank gun for a light compression cannon. So the way the rules are, and the way the model builds, it looks like you have 2 medium machine guns plus a light compression cannon or light AT gun. It never says that this gun replaces these, so. Because when you look at the points cost, that's what makes it so worth it. Is it has recon, 7 armor all around, it has twin-linked medium machine guns and 1 light compression cannon. It's similar weaponry to what you'd find on a Chiha, but it has less armor. So that's the trade-off. Yeah, your East Germans sound really cool, HS. Same thing, I don't paint every rivet, you know. There are some rivet counters, but luckily there are a lot fewer of them in Conflict 47. No, I think there's not, only because it replaces Scout Walkers. There is a melee version of the American and British light mechs, but that's because they're not used for recon, they're used for close assault and city fighting. The Russian Soviet light mech is used more for just fast attack. So walkers really like form kind of follows function. If you want a walker that actually does combat and fight, then yeah, you'll generally have to go for one of the ones that has fists, because that's how the rules work. I think you get 2 attacks when assaulting with a walker, and then you get +1 attack for each fist they have. Well, to make that make sense, to make that work, you'd probably like, I don't know, maybe make like a semi-submersible version, so one that's made to be deployed from a submarine. That's why it has 2 actual clamps that they can use for close combat. And instead of a weapon, you could just put a torpedo on it, you know? So it's literally made to like crawl from the submarine, you know, to sink to the bottom and then crawl up the shore, you know? Or you can make it a good way to make something with claws that makes sense is make it a construction vehicle, so make it like a combat engineering walker. You know, so that way you can give it a flamethrower, you know, give it a flamethrower and like 1 claw and 1 buzzsaw or something like that. That would make sense. And I know you're interested in that pen games, because you always talk about designing your own tanks and stuff like that. And there's nothing wrong with Rule of Cool, but if you wanted to have like that tinge of believability that really separates sci-fi from military sci-fi, you gotta hit it with like the form follows function to make it a little bit, not realistic, but make it purpose-driven. Yeah, HS is right. That is the cool thing about Conflict 47. So yeah, I wouldn't tell you not to create it. I'm creating my own aircraft. Like, I'm taking a lot of these Rift weaponry and putting them on aircraft and making a whole dogfighter phase. You know, so that way if 2 people have air observers, instead of the plane just coming on, the way I like it, if you bring an air observer, you can choose to either bring like a fighter bomber or bring an interceptor. So if somebody else brings, you know, like an air observer and they bring in their airstrike, you know, you have an interceptor. That's really cool, I think. And the rules for dogfighting is very simple. It kind of works off like a paper, rock, scissors concept, you know? Where like if I bring an interceptor and you call in your close air support and it's like a fighter bomber, my interceptor's going to get behind you, and then you get to choose. Do you want to do you want to like climb for the sun? Do you want to dive, or do you want to, you know, do like an aileron or something like that? And then I'll make a decision. And then it's a paper, rock, scissors. You know, if you make this decision, I make this one, then you win. If we do this, it's a draw. If we do this, then I win. Very simple yet fun. Well, the good thing for you, HS, is Conflict 47 is not going anywhere. It's been around for a while, pretty unchanged. They're making some updates, but it's only going to grow bigger, I think. So you got nothing but time. There's honestly no rush to get into Conflict 47 before the update. You know, because who knows what all they're going to change. And I don't mean that in a bad way, but... And with 3D printing, you don't have to worry about, you know, missing out on units, because you can just scan an old metal unit and make a 3D printed version, so... It's not really like a limited supply of models. Alright, man, take it easy. Enjoy your chow, and I hope everything goes well for you today, man. If you hop back in, hopefully we'll still be here. Take it easy, Paint Games. Cool idea with the crab walker. Let me know how that design works out. Alright, let's finish up the metal on this guy so we can get the metal started on the next guy. Then we can do the camo. I'm gonna hit these ball joints. Yeah, I missed a lot of spots spray primer in that guy, so I want to go back and clean this up. Alright, we got some Zendari dust. Let's do a little bit of touch-ups. Oh, it's just you making fun of the Tiki guy. His hand is clearly visible. I don't know what you're talking about. That's a very classic pose from Metal Slug if you've never played those. I actually found some more little GIFs to add all around the screen. I gotta add those on another day when I have a little bit more time for the stream. Surprisingly, no. That is something that absolute baffles the hell out of me. For the Imperial Japanese, neither one of their walkers, neither their Scorpion Light Walker or their borrowed Locust Medium Walker, neither one carry a flamethrower, which is very weird because usually the light walkers of other countries, like the German Spinne or the British Guardian Walker, have flamethrowers on them. Especially for a faction that does like jungle warfare, you think they'd have more flamethrowers. Or maybe like a flamethrower variant of their heavy infantry. That would be cool. That would be very unique to the Imperial Japanese, and I'd like to see that. Take their battle frame, which are fast, you know, and not large infantry, and give them the flamethrower. Oh, that'd be great. Hey, what's going on, Francois? Did you get your channel to work? Your Foxhole videos? Or I think it was Foxhole Gaming. Hey, what's going on, Sean? Nothing. I got my new lead belcher paint in, and so I'm working on these scorpions. One thing that's funny is I forget how old I hold on to paint. So here's the old lead belcher paint I was using, right? So take a look at the cover. It says Citadel, you know, base lead belcher. That's what it looked like inside, right? That's old busted. Here's new hotness. So it's a completely different thing. It's a Citadel color. It's got the little bit of red, not the whole huge thing. Yeah, if you could open one of these paint pots one-handed, you clearly dated in high school, you know? There's, and look at all that. Oh, look at that texture, that smooth paint. It's so nice. You can see the difference between them. Rockin' stone, baby, rockin' stone. There's nothing wrong with painting slow, Sean, because you paint all. I've seen your models. So it understands why you paint at a more professional speed than me. I just kind of slap chop stuff on there and hope for the best, man. Your stuff looks great, especially your those Halloween gobos. Those were awesome. I did finish our Kempeitai off stream. Me and Evolution of Gaming popped over into there was a premiere for a bolt action game, so we watched that live and chatted, and I finished up the Kempeitai. Her skin tone came out a little darker than I meant, but I think that's only because of the white gloves and the white shirt. But I'm still okay with it. Yeah, for me, it's not even slap chop. Mine's more like slop chop, you know? It's funny you say that. What a lot of people don't know, everyone talked about how the Imperial Japanese conquered everybody. A lot of people don't know the Kingdom of Thailand was actually one of the only allies of the Empire of Japan. It's kind of an interesting little historical fact. I just figured she was tanner because, you know, it's the Tiki tears, so she probably gets a little bit of sun. I've even found some historical photos of, you know, Japanese, you know, students, including girls, being taught weaponry, you know. Granted, their uniforms aren't quite as revealing as these, obviously, but it is what it is. Once I finish all my vows for these Japanese, I'm going to be painting up some of my other Conflict 47 models for different armies. And then I finally get started on my 500-point American army for bolt action. Pretty excited for that. Ironically, so far, Thailand really hasn't come up that much. There's a lot more being talked about in China, but Thailand, surprisingly, doesn't really come up. But then again, neither does... I think at the time you called it French Indochina. I guess you can colloquially call it the Orient, but it's where modern-day Cambodia, Laos, and Vietnam are. Those don't really come up very much in the Conflict 47 lore. At least not that I can recall off the top of my head. Well, it's funny you say that, HS. Me and a couple of guys are going to meet up and do a 1,500-point game, and that was one of our ideas, was to do the Battle of Monero Airport. It's where the Japanese Special Naval Landing Force did a full paratrooper drop and took an airfield away from the Dutch. So I had 1,500 points of just infantry, which is a hard list to run, and a lot of disadvantages. But in order to be Dutch, we were going to let them be, because it was like 1942, so it was about mid-war. So they could have been American, British, or German, you know, to represent the Dutch. I would have been cool with that. Well, it's funny, they actually do talk about that, HS, actually. Because that's why Germany is still so dangerous. I had to go back and re-look at the lore. And they talk about how they discover with the Rift Tech how to make synthetic fuel. So that's how they make like a lot of their fuel stretch a lot longer, and the German war machine's a little bit more dangerous. So they may do like some kind of like synthetic rubber. I'm not sure. Oh yeah, no, you're exactly, yeah, it is 100% history. That's why, what a lot of people don't realize is that's why certain areas were more hotspots than others. It was a fight for natural resources. That's why French Indochina and like modern day, what do you call that? Shit, I can never think of the proper term for it. The area down by just call Oceania for short, just because I'm lazy too. all the islands, a lot of them had, you know, either, you know, refineries, or they had rubber tree plantations. Extraordinary. Or another one is to get quinine, fever bark, to treat all the malaria as well. That was another massive resource that no one talks about. Yeah, micro-niche is a good term. I think that might be the term I'm looking for. Well, it actually was a realistic battle. It was a real battle that happened in World War II, but I really want to play it up and make it a huge narrative battle. But I want to do the battle for Aruba. What a lot of people know is there's a shit ton of German U-boat activity in the Caribbean in World War II, because Aruba, the island of Aruba, had one of the largest fuel refineries, especially for like gasoline and like avgas. It was a massive refinery, and they tried to take it out with U-boats. So I said, for Conflict 47, that's one of the spaces I want to open up is South America. I want to have a fight for the Panama Canal. I want to have a fight for the rubber trees of South America and the oil in Lake Maracaibo in Venezuela. So I think that, and also, you know, because, you know, Germans were retreating to South America to kind of like get started on the Fourth Reich, you know. That's alternate history, not something that happened in real life. Not going to go down that rabbit hole. I'm just saying it's a well-known conspiracy theory people joke around about how they all kind of escaped to South America. So you can kind of see how they're like kind of setting that up a little bit. Yeah, and the other cool thing is it's really easy to bring the USSR in because they also need all those resources. And more importantly, you can do the whole semi-realistic story, because I know you're already doing East Germans, of the Soviets trying to export, you know, communism. So they're trying to spread, you know, communism down into the Caribbean and South America, you know, in those late 1940s, the late 1940s. So that's actually super interesting. You can literally have them set up like a foothold or a stronghold in Cuba, you know, and kind of expand out from Cuba. Kind of an interesting concept. That way you can actually have all three factions, the Allied, the Axis, and the USSR, all in South America. Yes, they did. And they planned a lot of strikes on the Panama Canal, actually. So I spaced off for a second there. I was like, wait, what part am I painting? What did I forget? Unfortunately, it was a long day at work, so my brain's a little fried. I just sat there kind of staring at my walker like, Yeah, technically, a funny way to think about it, even though it's early in the morning, technically today is my Friday, so today is the last day of work in my work week. So I am definitely fried. So please don't ask me any kind of like math questions. Someone's gonna be like, what is the average velocity of an African swallow carrying a, 1 empty coconut? It's a two-part question. Schoolman, if you'll allow me to put some splinters in my ass by sitting firmly on the fence. So to answer your question, it is you're asking one question, but it is two questions. I like Citadel paint. Yes, I do. Is it a good paint? I think so, but I don't know because it's the only model paint that I really use. And the reason being is I painted so many models between Dungeons & Dragons, Wasteland Warfare, and now Bolt Action Comic 7. I've used so much Citadel paint when I finish a model like this. So when I finish a model, I take a picture of the model and the paints that I used. So in case I order a second one, or in case I break it and need to touch it up, I know the recipe, like the drink recipe that goes to painting it and fixing it. So with that being said, I've invested so much in Citadel paints that I know the shades. I could look at something and be like, oh, if I hit that with Wa Green Flesh, if I hit that with Mudfang Brown, then it's going to look like this. So I've gotten used to it over the years. Now, is it the best paint? Probably not. I don't think so. They have health. These contrast paints are game changers. These are your speed paints. They're absolute game changers. And something else I will advocate. This isn't the best one, but it's useful. Is their spray primer. There's Indari Dust and their Abaddon Black or Chaos Black. I'm sure other paint companies out there are better, but their spray primers they're expensive, but they are so damn good, especially the black. Oh, the black goes on flat. I was gonna make a joke there, but I don't want to be too rude. It goes on very flat. It is a phenomenal spray primer. To me, it's worth its weight in gold because it saves me a lot of time. Yeah, if you want to know about quality painting, I would definitely listen to Sean. Or, I think I've seen HS models. Yeah, I've seen HS models. They're pretty good. Or listen to Mad Larkin when he comes on. Mad Larkin is very, very intelligent with paint. He knows what he's doing. Sean's models look great. He knows what he's doing. I don't. I do slop chop. I paint quantity over quality. My stuff is like the 3-foot rule. Like, this looks decent like 3 feet away, right? You get it up close, and you're like, oh my god, that's not very good. So I mostly use speed paints, base paints. I kind of slop my stuff on there and call it a day. So, I know you asked one small question and we kind of all just like pitched in. So to answer your questions, yes, I like Citadel and I think they're a decent paint. Probably more expensive than they should be, but there are better, especially for what you're doing. You know what, maybe, Sean, I'd like your opinion on this, and HS, you as well if you want. Are there certain games that Vallejo and AK are better for? Like, I feel like Army Painter is really good for bolt action. Like, they do a good job of marketing towards those, like, World War II historical colors, if you know what I mean. So I do use more affordable craft paint. I use these for bases. So when I'm, like, the green base, this is just 2 shades of this Christmas tree matte, Or I'm doing a lot of terrain and stuff like that. Like, this is the mud, the brown that I go for. That way I'm not wasting, like, good quality Citadel paint on that. Yeah, so that would be my advice, Schoolman. Not that you asked for it, so I'm offering unsolicited advice like an asshole. My bad. But to answer your question, yes, I like it. I think they're decent paints. But if you're looking for a paint recommendation, I think it's better if you tell us what game you play. I think if you tell us what game or what models you're interested in collecting, I think we might be able to give you a good company to use, if that makes sense. If he's even still in the chat, probably like, oh, fuck these crazy guys, I'm out of here. Ooh, that's a good point. HS, good call. Yeah, I am painting game pieces, I think would be the best way to say it. What I'm doing, so funny story, with a real life story, if you guys will, let me ramble on. So when I got off work, I was watching, I won't say which one, but I was watching a TV show with Mrs. Tiki. And in this TV show, they had a scene that involved a convoy. She's smiling because I told her I was still upset about this and I was going to work this into the stream. So in the TV show, they had a convoy. The convoy comes under attack and they just have terrible tactics. It was a bad guy convoy, but still. So I just literally like lose my mind. I'm like, that's not how it works. Like, and I had like a total like Rick and Morty moment where Rick, he's like, you know what? No, he's like, I can show you. Let me get my whiteboard. This has been a long time coming. It's exactly what I felt. I'm like, you know what? No, I can show you this. So I went around the house and I started collecting like pins and paint brushes, and I used them to set up different kinds of vehicles and show like how convoys work. Like short halts, long halts, quick turns, all this kind of stuff. And she's just looking at me like I lost my mind. So the reason why I tell that story is that's what I paint. I paint to have game pieces to play tabletop war games. I don't really paint, dioramas or models. Like, none of my stuff is historically accurate. I paint just for what I think is fun and what'll stick out on the tabletop. Like, a good example, a lot of times when I paint my stuff kind of weird, like why I give my NCOs samurai helmets and unique stuff like that, not just to set them apart because it looks cool, but it helps pick them up on the tabletop. So you see this model right here. Let me put a soldier next to her. So just look at that. If I'm like, hey, I have one rifleman and one SMG pack and Kempeitai, on the objective. If you just look at that, you're like, you can figure out which is which. Like, okay, well, that guy looks like a soldier, and that one's carrying the SMG, that must be the Kempeitai. These models look different, though. I can't be like, oh, you shot my Kempeitai, but it's really a rifleman as a proxy. There's nothing wrong with proxying, but I try and make my models look very distinct so it allows my opponent to pick it up easier on the tabletop, I model for that. Some people model for historical accuracy or painting accuracy, which is awesome. But yeah, I lost my mind on that convoy example. Like, it's funny, back in the day, if you ever made a sand table in real life, that's why you carry like a little bit of tape, you carry some index cards, maybe like a Hot Wheels car or two, and you kind of set all that stuff up. So it may not, I don't know if it's a good value anymore, Schoolman, but when I first started, what was a good value to me anyways, they used to have like a beginning paint set for Warhammer 40k. This is before they had contrast paints and all the other kind of stuff going out there. So I think it was mostly all just base paints, but it was all your primary colors. Like, you got black, yellow, red, blue, green. I'm like, oh, this is really, and you got a paintbrush with it. I'm like, oh, this is all I need. I think you got some nippers too. So it was a pretty good little deal. I don't know if they still have that, but the way the market is now, I think every paint company probably has a quote-unquote starter set. So for those of you who haven't seen it yet, what we're working on is the super copyright camo scheme. What we do is we take blue tape, we tear it off into like long sections, and we tear those sections in half, making sure we tear all the straight edges. And we kind of lay them all along the vehicle, and then we paint on both sides of the tape. Then we take the tape off and just connect all the lines. That's how we get this, here, let me move these guys down a little bit. That's how we get this very weird style camouflage. I think Commander, when he hops in the chat, he calls it Tiki Flosh, which is funny, but it's kind of more like a vineyard camo. Slightly historical. There was one, I saw a picture of 1-0, you know, an A6M0 aircraft that had that paint scheme to it. I like that, Sean. They're terrible, they should feel terrible. That made me laugh out loud. Well done, Sup. Alright, so we got this knife. This one almost looks more like a intestine or a spleen. So it's our first camo scheme we got. But yeah, if you're just painting to get armies on the table, man, to me there's nothing wrong with Citadel spray primers and Citadel contrast paints. You will get a table, or you will get models on the table pretty dang quickly. And remember, you don't have to, there's people who are really good painters. Like, it's good to have them as motivation, but you know, I said people like me who aren't good painters as motivation too, if you want. Like, even just this rifleman, right? A very bog standard rifleman. So I spray primer it with Zandari dust, and that does his uniform. And then I just go in and I make sure I paint the flesh. I just put a little bit of flesh on the face. I don't even paint the face. Paint the hands and the face with flesh. I put leather on the leather ammo goods. I paint his helmet green, and then his rifle brown and black, and his feet black. That's it. It sounds like a lot, I know, but pretty quick. And then I just put him on a base, 2 layers of green paint, and some sticky bushes, and that's it. It sounds like a lot, and it can be, especially when you're batch painting, but batch painting, I'm reluctant to recommend batch painting, especially if you're new. There's nothing wrong with it, and it's not hard to do. Again, luckily I have good people like Sean and HS in the stream who can back me up with their opinions. Batch painting is good, but it can kind of crush your soul. So I don't know if it's a recommended style for beginners. I mean, you can paint however you want. So what batch painting is, if you have something like standard riflemen like I have, if you have standard riflemen and you know what color all their stuff is, instead of painting one model at a time, kind of like how I did this Kempeitai one at a time, you would do 5 of these guys. You line 5 of them up, you're like, okay, I'm gonna paint the steel canteen. You paint all their canteens, you know, Fortress Gray. I don't think it's, oh god, that's how old I am. I called it Fortress Gray. I don't think it's called that anymore. I think it's like Mechanicus Gray. But you're like, okay, next I'm going to paint all of their helmets. And you line up all 5 guys and you paint all 5 helmets. It's a good way to keep your paint from drying out, and just like using one paint pot at a time. But it can absolutely rip your soul apart. Yeah, so if I were to recommend 2 paints to you, something I would 100%, do a money back guarantee if you don't like it. And I'm very particular, the Chaos Black Spray Primer and this bad boy. This is my pride and joy. I love this. Contrast, not just any contrast, but the snake bite leather. These guys hear me, go on and on about it all the time. It goes on so well. It gives a great leather effect, and then you can do multiple coats to kind of like really tease your leather as far as like the creases and the age and the wear and tear on it. So if you're doing like a leather bomber jacket, I mean, you can really do some cool stuff with just that one paint. Oh, that's actually really cool paint. Nice. Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, it definitely works for your universe. I mean, if it's a Imperial Japanese Walker, the acronym probably wouldn't be in English. But other than that, dude, it's super cool. If you're just doing it for your universe, then yeah, that acronym works awesome. Me neither, surprisingly. I do not know Japanese either. You don't have to call it anything in Japanese. God, I can imagine learning Japanese. People are like, oh, did you learn it for anime? I was like, no, even worse. I learned it to read historical military. Like TO&Es. I'm like, what a fucking nerd. Other people are like, I watched Naruto in its primary form. I was like, I did it so I could read some old fucking military manuals. Ooh, yeah, that's cool. I have seen those. I definitely do like them. So it's funny, if I ever had to go back into Warhammer 40k, I think I keep saying like all these other armies I want to build. I think the army I would actually build if I had to go back into Warhammer 40, not if I had to, but if I was going to go back into it, I don't know if it's meta or not. I just know it'd probably be cheaper and easier, especially 3D printing. Is I'd want a free blade unit of Imperial Knights, I guess. But for me, I would make them Gene Stealers, like Gene Stealer cult. So all the walkers would be like, they'd look more, I'd get a lot of Necromunda parts, they'd be like repurposed construction, like Titans. So they all have like drills and extra cranes, and like all the parts that are cobbled together make it look like it has a third arm, like a Gene Stealer. I think that would be really, really cool. So yeah, that would be, I think that would be because I've thought up a lot of ideas, like a tropical Kroot, like parrots, like Jimmy Buffett parrot heads. I've talked about like, like ancient Tiki style Necrons. There's a whole bunch of armies I've had ready, but I think that would be what I'd pull the trigger on. I have a kill team of Red Corsairs, but I think I would do like a Gene Stealer cult free blade Imperial Knights. Oh my, oh god, Sean, could you imagine? Think like Mad Max, because you know there's that, I'm trying to think, there's that one Gene Stealer cult unit who has like the big Vox thing, you know? And he's like the propaganda master. So imagine on like your Titan, you have like a big old, kind of like how Mad Max, that one guy had like the flamethrower guitar and all the speakers, but on this one, you have almost like a Skrillex, like a DJ, and he has this whole huge like DJ setup. He has like these Vox speakers everywhere, so as the Gene Stealer cult, you know, Knight goes walking through the city, it's playing all this stuff, or like the Day of Ascension is nigh, and things like that. Oh man, that is really cool. I'm not even upset about the money, I'm upset about the time. I'm upset about the time that would go into building that. Oh god. That is so cool and so much time. I look at everything in units of time. Oh god. So much sunlight. So it may seem kind of boring what we're doing, guys. I apologize for like the not very riveting visuals, but what we're doing is we're putting the tape on so we can kind of get the lines kind of painted on. So what it is I kind of tear these things up so that way they're not uniformed. I mean, this one kind of is, so I'm going to have to... I just noticed that as I put it on there, it's kind of very uniformed. So, you kind of put this on here and you paint on either side of the tape, then when you lift it up, it kind of gives you these like distant little green lines, and then you kind of just connect them and make them longer. There we go, it's a little bit less uniforms. It's still kind of all coming down from the top, but... yeah, I haven't looked at the Gene Stealer rules, and I tried to come back in 9th edition. I had a kind of a cool list. I loved Billy the Nid, the Kellermorph. The Kellermorph was super cool. What got me wanting to play in 9th edition was the, I guess it's called Crusade, you know, the more narrative-based one, and the fact that you could actually... As a Gene Stealer, you could have your own world and your own cult, you know, and you got to pick certain rules to kind of make your own cult, which I thought was really neat. It's kind of like back in Guard, where you could pick your unit. You could pick to be Steel Legion or Krieg or Acadian. That would give you certain benefits. But you actually got to pick your own world and like stage a campaign to try and have your own uprising. It was really cool. I'm super surprised it didn't take off. Usually they just call it a CV, like a construction vehicle. So like multi-purpose construction vehicle. So that way it's a vehicle that can do demolition, construction, you know, route clearance, recover. So another thing is vehicles like that, that's what they use it for. Not just construction, but generally those vehicles also do recovery. A lot of times when people design tanks, they always forget about recovery vehicles. And what a recovery is, think of like a tow truck, but for a tank, you know. So yeah, usually your MCVs are everything from construction to demolition, route clearance, and recovery of armored vehicles. If you want to look up something for that, look up CBs. Exactly what it spells, like a CB, SEABEE. It's actually a portmanteau with CB, as in Charlie Bravo, which is Construction Battalions for the U.S. Navy. And there's also Red Horse, no spaces, so REDHORSE. Can I spell? Yeah. Red Horse. Look up a Red Horse Squadron. That's another construction unit. And look at their vehicles, and that should give you some inspiration. And you can also look at, like, World War II, German pioneers, you know, and stuff like that. Get as much idea as you want. Alright, so this one I think is ready to paint. I think it's going to come out a little wonky, but that's okay. And I think we can fix up everything else. So that we're only an hour and 20 minutes in the stream, and we're just not getting to the camouflage. That's fine. That's not a what does that called? Clickbaiting. So for the green stripes, I just use a base paint, wall flush. I use a lot of base paint because I like that it goes on thick, and it kind of like adds a little protection to the model. That way you can handle it, you know? So like I said, when you're doing this, make sure you actually paint on the tape, not just the model. That way you get good lines. Don't worry about like paint falling off or the tape falling off. Try and get it back where it was. You don't want to like railroad track your lines. So avoid that. If it falls off while you're painting on it, just leave it off. And then go back and fix the lines as best you can. You don't want a railroad track. Railroad track it's slang. It's like when you're ironing a set of pants and you like iron a crease into it. And then you accidentally move that crease and you re-iron it again. You iron in two creases right next to each other. Like railroad tracks. Right? Yeah, I'd say railroad track. Then that bring back some old memories for some of you. Hey, what's going on, Commander? So I think after I finish these guys fully, I'm gonna build probably my next army is probably gonna be American, and I'm actually not really going Pacific. I'm going worldwide, so it's gonna be a very pulp inspired. If you've seen that narrative, if you've seen that narrative after Action Pat Rep I did, similar thing. I like pulp, so the American unit I'm gonna build is gonna lean into the Paragons, so it's gonna have a lot of pulp superheroes. So you're gonna have the Rocketeer. All my Firefly infantry are gonna be Rocketeer themed. It's gonna have Indiana Jones. It's gonna have, you know, the Shadow, the Phantom, Captain America, Wolverine, Dick Tracy. I think I already said Indiana Jones. The O'Connells. So it's gonna have all those characters kind of in there. It's also gonna have a lot of influence from Crimson Skies, which is another one of my favorite games at the time of that setting. So they're basically going to be like monument men, but, you know, better armed. So their sole job is to go in and either steal back all the art and gold that the Axis stole, or steal cultural icons now in China and other places and use those to kind of foster alliance and, you know, kind of win over the natives. Well, I think I'm gonna have some. My tape keeps moving. I'm gonna have some ugly lines. Forgot how hard it is to do the walkers because of the way the armor slopes. It's really hard to do these guys and get good lines. It's alright. We'll just paint a couple of these and we'll probably just freehand the rest of them. It's like that old thing. Like, fuck it. We'll do it live. We'll do it live. Fuck it. So yeah, an aquatic Scorpion tank would be pretty cool, especially with like a snorkel system, so the engine can still take in oxygen while it's submerged. Like I said, if you're not getting good lines, if you're kind of like making jumps and skips or whatever, that's fine. You can always kind of just go back in and kind of just freehand it. So if you like walkers and you like, you know, Conflict 47 and like jungles and ambushing, I don't know if you're like Gundam fans, but if you've never seen Gundam 8th MS Team, to me that's probably the best Gundam I think it's an OVA, so it's not technically a show or a movie. But that's probably the best Gundam series, I think, in my opinion. You know, who the hell am I? But Gundam ate the mess team. Because it's not about, like, new types or, like, these kids piloting giant mechs who are super awesome and they're so cool because they're teenagers and they're going to save the whole world. It's almost like Vietnam with mechs. You know, you're following one mobile suit unit, you know, as it goes about and does its whole missions and stuff like that. It is really cool. Alright, let me paint this back part and I think we'll be ready to take the tape off and fix our lines. Alright, let's take the tape off and see what we got. I am not excited for this because I feel like I got some weird tape and lines on this bad boy. It's going to be kind of odd. Yeah, this one I feel like almost looks too symmetrical. So we'll really have to freehand some stuff in here. Alright. So, not as bad as I thought it was. A little too symmetrical. But as far as basic lines, not too bad. I think we can work with these. So I said, once we get these lines down, we can kind of start building off and freehanding our other lines. Not the worst. I think you guys are going to be seeing this a lot, because I said I got to do this to, like, after I build these 2 walkers, I got to do it to another walker, a medium one, and then I got to do it to 8 tanks. So, hope you like vines. We're painting a lot of them. Now comes the fun part. Now we kind of freehand these lines. We kind of connect it to where the other ones are. So yeah, I literally just, oh, I'm sorry. So yeah, I took that line, I kind of connected it down off the belly into that one. Yes, the whole point is you're trying to be too systematic with these. You just want it to kind of roughly break up the shape. Because, like, just the tan and the green won't do a lot. But, you know, on a beach, it's actually not bad with, like, scrublands. But then you throw a camo net on top of this with you already having this, like, very almost topography style paint underneath the camo netting. It actually makes it a little bit more effective. Oh, there we go. We're getting a little bit more vinage. Nice, man. Congrats on finishing that. That sounds cool. Glad the stream and us talking kind of jogged your creativity. That's actually really cool. Pretty inspiring, actually. There we go. So now if you look at it, let me close this paint pot so I don't spill it. Now we're kind of tying these things all together. You can kind of see how it looks a little bit better with the camo netting. I mean, not camo netting, but the green stripes. The walkers are going to take a lot more freehanding than the trucks and the tanks. Oh, no. Don't you dare. Don't you dare, Sean. Don't put what we're talking about. I said I would like to one day. I never said for the next painting event. Don't be crazy. But I might. You're a terrible influence. If I can find a good-sized knight, like 3D painted, that doesn't cost like a firstborn child, maybe I will. What's funny is I actually have the, what's it called? The tectonic drill, that giant piece of Warhammer 40k terrain. I have that, so I have a shit ton of, like, raw ingredients and bits to make industrial-looking, Titans and Walkers. All we're doing now is just connecting the lines. Like I said, once you've done it a couple times, it's a pretty easy camouflage pattern to duplicate. And it will just naturally look different on each model. Don't you bad influence me, I refuse. Yeah, just take your walker and keep making them spinning all around till you see where lines are not complete. You know, just kind of complete the lines. I will not be handled, damn it. I'm not some asset. I'll fight you. So I think that just a little bit of work, but you can already tell. I think it looks better than just a stock tan, you know, monocolor tank. He says, rolling his eyes. There you can see like the armor's an extra green color. Then on top of that, you got like the little bits of vine going on. Just kind of break it up, you know. I will resist you. You know what? I might even build maybe like a Thor, like a heavy mech, a heavy walker instead. Or a Zeus. Yeah, I may build a Zeus with like a super heavy rail cannon. For the Germans, I'll show you. You know what? There you go. I think that'll be my next big project. There you go. And he's back. He resisted the temptation. So I think for the next painting stream, if I can find one, if they're still available, I'll get a Zeus heavy Panzer mech, you know, a German one, but I'll probably paint it up in my Imperial Japanese ones. Oh man, so I don't think I'll ever fly out for Thanatos. That's just not. I mean, I like the idea of it, but I'm not a big 40k guy. But if he does something with bolt action, I may do that. But I definitely want to fly out either for the release of the new edition of Comic 47 or for the release of the Imperial Japanese book for 3rd edition bolt action. And that way I can play with some of the people across the pond, like maybe I can get a game in with Mordian and Scholar and a few of the other people. I would 100% organize a Florida event. I'm trying to. I'm still working on the Clash of the Caribbean, the cruise on the Margaritaville at Sea Paradise. It's like a 2-day cruise, and we're gonna have a 1-day bolt action event on it. I'm really excited. I think it'll be fun. Yeah, so imagine that. I don't get to talk about it very much because I'm still working on it, but imagine it, not a crazy expensive, especially compared to the 40k one they're doing on an 8-day cruise on a massive ship, but this one's much more affordable. So you can get a room. If you're really trying to save money, you can share a room with another guy if you want. And your room and board is part of your ticket, so you have all the food you can eat. And the way I plan the days for the 2-day things is during the shore excursion, I'll set up some tables and run some optional like Conflict 47 games that won't affect the actual bolt action tournament going on. But when you come back on the ship the second day after the shore excursion, that's when we do our serious bolt action tournament. You know, it'll probably just be like 2 game, maybe one 500-point match and 2 750-point matches. You know, keep it small. But this way you still have time to take advantage of all the eating and drinking, all the restaurants and stuff like that, and you can still get a shore excursion in too. So those of you who have spouses, you know, it's kind of an easier gaming event to sell. It's like, hey, let's go on a 2-day cruise. On the second day after the shore excursion, I'm going to be, you know, busy playing some bolt action, but other than that, you know, we can spend time together. That way you still get to take them on a cruise, you still go to like the dining hall in your fancy clothes. You know, you still have the shore excursion, so if they want to go like swimming with turtles or, you know, renting jet skis, what have you, you can do what you want. If you want to keep it low cost, you can just split a room with somebody, you know, and not do any shore excursions. And you save a lot of money. And for veterans and teachers, I want to say you sail free, so you only have to pay for the taxes, which is still like, even just paying the tax, I think it comes out to like $200 and something, you know, for 2 days. So, but yeah, they usually have a veteran teacher sail free. Which is funny because a lot of people are like, well, why would they have that? They look at a cruise ship to all these people like misbehaving and freaking out. When I was on a cruise ship, it was mostly veterans, and everybody like kind of knew each other. Everybody hung out. It was a super friendly crowd. There was like no drama. Everyone was just super relaxed. It was pretty neat. You know, if the worst were to ever happen, you know, knock on wood, but if the worst were to happen, you had like a ship go down, a Titanic thing, you know, if you have a whole bunch of veterans on the ship, talk about people who know how to organize into a line and follow simple instructions. It's kind of a win-win for the cruise line, actually. Once I finish the camo, then all I gotta do is put yellow for the lights, and then put a little Nolan oil on the exposed gears and hydraulics and stuff like that, and it'll be done. So yeah, let me bring these two up to the camera so you guys can kind of compare and contrast. So here's the OG. It's the first one I did. Yeah. There we go. Here's the first one. And here's the second one. Then here's what they look like with no lines. So, not bad. Alright, well, good luck on your game, painting games. I hope you win, man. Or more importantly, I hope you have fun. And you're a good opponent. You're an opponent that someone would want to play against. Wish you all the best, buddy. Oh, don't get me started with blackout lights. Man, that would be so cool to simulate blackout lights. They shouldn't be close to the front lines at all, nor should they be in convoys. These should be like off doing recon things with their recon friends. Man, there ain't no headache like a lithium headache from hours of driving with NVGs and not having enough water. That's a different kind of headache. Oh, God. Before I get started on this Scorpion, let me hop up real quick for about a minute or two. I'm just gonna grab a drink. I'm just writing you guys up a poll real quick before I pop off to go grab myself another cup of coffee. Alright, sink your teeth into that pole and I'll be right back with a cup of coffee. Let me fix my face. There you go, I looked angry. Alright, we are back. Sorry, I grabbed a drink, checked on the wife. And I am back and good to go. Alright, what do we think of the poll? Actually, before we went the coffee, I actually got Pepsi and rum. No, I see these things used more at, like I said, they're supposed to replace all different types of scout cars and armored cars and tankettes. So I think you'd see them a lot in like recon units. They're small enough that they could literally, yeah, like you said, they could just be trucked around. Like I said, they'd just be kind of stalking out on the flanks of convoys, so they wouldn't be part of the convoy. They'd be off like stalking on the flanks. Or like I said, I could see them used, you know, to secure crossroads at roads. You know, kind of like for what they would use it for would be like Kempeitai, like their military police. You know, like once you take over a thing, you have to keep the roads open. You know, like the Red Ball Express for the Americans in World War II. American MPs used a lot of greyhounds to fight away the actual German werewolves. Not that they were real werewolves as in furry, but werewolves as in their, you know, stay behind partisan guerrilla forces. But yeah, I could see like a scorpion holding down like a bridge, you know, or an important crossroad behind your own lines, you know, with a couple Kempeitai and stuff like that. Or, you know, a little bit of city fighting maybe. Like I said, mostly just for recon stuff. Yeah, so yeah, there's your HS. Yeah, there's your, I guess, more European term, gendarme, or that's very, you know, French derivative, or you see gendarme or the gendarme in Turkey, or the now I can't think of the name. I worked in Italy. I can't think of their name now. Carabinieri in Italy. Yeah, everybody kind of has a national guard / police. In World War II, that wasn't as popular, you know, especially in a time of war. A lot of people just used military police. So for the Imperial Japanese, a lot of people think Kempeitai, you know, yes, they did horrific things. Not excusing that, but everyone thinks they just like kind of popped up in World War II and just, you know, hopped on the express line to war crimes. They were actually around since, I want to say, the late 1800s. What is that? The Edo period or the Meiji period? I don't know, but they were around in the late 1800s. They were before the Japanese-Russo War of the early 1900s, before World War I. It's actually why Kendo is popular. We talked one stream about Jukindo. Kendo is just practicing sword fighting using like a straight bamboo Kendo stick. That's popular for the police, and they carried straight katanas instead of curved katanas. And they practiced Kendo a lot, so it made them very useful for using batons and things like that. Alright, it's enough of a history lesson. Let's get back to painting walkers. That's what we're here for. Ooh, let's see how the poll's doing. Oh, snap! There we go. It looks like right now people are preferring small points lists with narrative objectives. So I kind of have. I was thinking about who would the Imperial Japanese use for like kind of how the Germans have a lot of like DNA splicing with animals. That's why they have like the Nachtjäger and the Schreckwolfen, and the Russians have the Ursus infantry. I was like, what would the Japanese have? I thought they would have like you said, like merfolk, especially like shark people. Kind of like if you're familiar with D&D, it'd be the Schwagen or Swagen, however you want to pronounce them, like the shark humans. But I don't think that's that big of a deal to Japan. I think instead, what they would do, they'd have something almost more like the Argonians from Skyrim. So I'm thinking like what would be best for Japan, not just protect their home island, but to spread out amongst all the other islands and all over the Orient and all over Southeast Asia and all over East Asia, you know, and every island in between. That's why I think they would do something like a Komodo dragon, which is funny. Because then I found Rattenreich, the game, where they have the Americans and the British as mice, like Redwall. The Germans are rats. The French are cockroaches, which cracks me up to no end. And it looks like the Imperial Japanese are Komodo dragons. So I'm like, yeah, I think that fits. I think that's what they would, that's the kind of animal splicing thing that they would do. You know, I'm sure the furries are upset that it went full scaly, but I think the Imperial Japanese would have like Komodo dragon, almost like crocodile / humans, you know, like kind of like Killer Croc style. Yeah, that would be my guess with like Killer Crocs. Alright. Ooh, man, I was just about to start painting. I was just about to start putting lines on a raw dog without even putting a little tape on. Alright, we got our first piece of tape ready. It's a long one, so I'm pretty sure. Yes, I'm pretty sure it's gonna cover a lot. I'm excited for next stream. I think next stream, don't hold me to it, please. Subject to change. I'm just one man. But next stream, I'm hoping for a little bit of a palette cleanse. We're going to paint the Type 2 Kami. That's the floating tank that the Imperial Japanese Navy use. I have a very unique paint scheme that I think I want to use for that tank. The other thing I'm excited about is we're going to put some surfboards on it. So, to me, that's pretty cool, pretty exciting. Yeah, so the Imperial Japanese version to have a mass-produced, fully swimming tank. The one of my favorite, the Tetrarch, was actually the plane that could be put in the glider that the British used. That was actually the first tank that they successfully used with the DD program and could float on and actually use them for amphibious landing. So everyone always makes fun of light tanks, but light tanks are great when the other side doesn't have tanks. So that sounds stupid to say, like, what an asinine statement. You know, of course that's true, but you have to think about where can you sneak in a light tank the enemy would not have a tank. That's where light tanks shine. Like I said, even Shermans, you know, not just jumbo Shermans, but regular size Shermans, they could suffer inside of a very small town with narrow streets. A Hago would not, but you catch a Hago in open country, it's over, you know. But the same would apply to the Sherman in European theater. A Sherman inside of a city, pretty useful. A Sherman in open country against a Tiger or a Panther or a Panzer IV, it's a different story. So, same thing with these light tanks, like you have the Tetrarch, which everyone laughed at, but the ability to put it in a glider, or, you know, it's the first ship that, or first tank that can put floats on and land for amphibious landing. Yeah, it's a game changer. When they're not expecting you to have a tank, it's huge. That's why I love the Kami, the Imperial Japanese mass-produced float tank, because you could literally put it on the front of a submarine, on the bow of a submarine. So somebody takes an island, they think it's secure, you know, and you pop up your submarine, you send off a little raiding party of like, I don't know, 20, 30 guys in little inflatable boats, and then you kick off that fucking Kami submarine and let it float ashore. So when the GIs wake up the next day on an island they thought is cleared, now they got like a light tank and 30 troops. Like, what the shit is this? By itself, not very scary. When you're not expecting it, absolutely terrifying. Alright, we're just about done putting blue paint on this guy, and then we'll start freehanding him. Alright, let's get painting. Alright, we're just working on our lines. Once we have all these painted off, we'll peel the tape off. Kind of a nice cathartic event. See what our lines look like, and then we'll finish freehanding them. I feel this one's going to turn out a little odd, maybe? All right. Yeah, that sounds almost like some like a Nurgle infested scout tank. Which that actually be kind of a cool thing. All the people from 40k come over to Comet 47, just bring all your different chaos gods. That could get interesting. I think we're ready to take the paint off. These lines seem a little weird, so let's see what we got going on. Hey, what's going on, Nathan? Of course, Nathan. I am not an expert. I'm self-taught everything I do. That's probably why it's shit. But I will give you any advice I can, brother man, and I will steer you, hopefully, away from some of the minefields I found tick first. So, hopefully I can... I don't know if I can help you stream, but I can tell you what's a bad idea. But yeah, man, I'm happy to do test runs with you as much as possible. Alright, so here are our bones. I call bones because these are like our OG lines from just the tape. And we just basically kind of play connect the dots and freehand everything else. So, definitely different, but let's see what we got. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's the my patterned lazy vineyard style camo. You know, you spray primer tan or Zandari dust, and then, like I said, I just peeled it off. You take blue tape, you kind of tear it on both sides, and you kind of just build like a random pattern, and then you just paint on both sides. So then when you take the tape off, it leaves these kind of incomplete lines, and then you just kind of go in and freehand the lines and kind of connect the lines and just break up the shape. It keeps you from like doing it all yourself, because when you do it yourself, it's going to be 100% symmetrical because you're a human. That's just how it is. At least I think you're human. I don't know. You could just be a floating tactical helmet. I mean, what do I know? But it's hard to kind of override. It's like a left brain, right brain kind of thing, so. See, that's all we do. That was a incomplete line, and what we're doing is we're just kind of connecting the lines. I'm trying to avoid what I did. I'm trying to avoid straight lines, but it is what it is. There we go. By adding that, I kind of broke up that straight line a little bit. All I'm doing is just, I'll try and keep it on camera. It's a little difficult. But, there we go. That might be a little bit better. What I can recommend, Nathan, you know me, man, especially if you're trying to catch up on models, definitely do streaming, man. It's a great way to get all your models painted. Oh, thanks, Commander. I appreciate that, man. You won't be let down. He has a phenomenal channel. He's got a good sense of humor. Hey, what's going on, 21? How you doing, buddy? We are working on our Scorpions. I finally got my new lead belcher paint in. I never realized how old my old lead belcher paint. Here, hold on. I keep showing this because it cracks me up. So here was my old lead belcher paint, right? If you know your Citadel paints, look at it. See the big red? See how it's written in black? Here's what it looked like on the inside. Here's my new Citadel paint. It's a new type, written in white, has a small red circle. Oh yeah, look at that, open one-handed. Look how nice that paint is. Oh, look at that texture. Yeah, so I work with old paints. Like once I need a pot replacement, I'll replace the pot, but I just use my paints for a long time. So I was struggling with that paint because it was drying out and it was a pain in the ass, but I'm like, oh sweet, here we go, finally new paint. Yeah, it wasn't until I noticed like how old it was. Like the other day I realized I still had like a Fortress Gray paint pot. So all we're doing now, 21, is we're just kind of freehanding our vineyard lines. So we already laid down the paint to get like our basic lines, and now we're just basically connecting them with just kind of freehanding it. Then once that's done, then we got to paint yellow on the headlights, and then put a little Nolan oil on the mechanisms, and then these guys will be done. Again, you know me, Nathan, you know my spiel. I do everything pro bono. It's just for fun. You know, shameless plug towards the merch. You guys can always go and buy merch if you want. But everything I do is for free, and so I mostly use free tools. Because of my second job, I have access to Adobe Premiere and stuff like that. So that's what I do to edit my videos. For this stream, I use OBS. That's my streaming software. For my floating Tiki head, I paid someone on Fiverr to make me, you know, a bunch of PNGs. I use a video it's called VideoTube, I want to say. That's what I use to animate my Tiki head. And for the streaming, I use Stream Element. From what I hear, it's not the best. You can tell, for me, I mean, I've had small problems, but they're mostly user error on my part, so it works for me. So I use OBS, which is free, VideoTuber, which is free. I paid for a couple PNGs for my little icon guy, and then I use Stream Element, which is also free. So. Did you say tentacle pink? I can't even say those two words without smiling a goofy smile and chuckling. Tentacle pink. Oh, tentacle pink. It's good. Yeah, no, that's super. Hey, Nathan, that's super easy. What you can do is you can just start a stream. Especially when I'm available, and let me know and I'll jump in your stream and we can just chat and test it out, and then when you're done you can just delete it. You can delete your streams. Like I said, it won't be a lot of watch hours, so it won't really be helping anything, so you can just easily delete it. Yeah, a lot of people confuse Streamlabs and Stream Elements. I'm not even sure the difference. All I know is Stream Elements was free, so that's the one I use. The label is painted. Oh god, yeah. It's so I think I pointed this out on one of the streams, so I hate to keep repeating myself, guys. You can always tell me to shut up. But even though I wouldn't use it, I find it absolutely fascinating, the quest for Goblin Green. Like, there's one company out there that I think has the closest formula to it, but no one actually has old school Goblin Green paint anymore. So it's really funny to see all the people try and find it. I think it's a French name, something like Coat of Arms, but in French. Alright, I think this guy's just about done, actually. Oh no, I gotta do it on the legs. I would be surprised. Goblins are actually probably one of the cooler old world factions. I mean, a lot of the old world factions are pretty cool, but the Gobos, man. Gobos are just awesome. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. Let's see what we got going on here. Alright. That's right. We're putting, we're freehanding some stripes on the legs. That's where we are. Got to figure out where I was. Let's see how. Ooh, we got some more votes on the poll. Let's see how it's doing. Oh, nice. Small, pointless narrative objectives. All right. Not a big competitive crowd in here, I see. Nothing wrong with that. As you can see, I try to tie this leg into that paint scheme right there, so see what I can do with these other ones. Alright, all I gotta do is just paint the back of this leg and we'll be good on the vineyard stripes. We'll be close to knocking these guys out. All right, so there we are. There are our 3 walkers. What are we thinking? They look like they're like the paint schemes match. They look like they could all be part of one unit. Let's see, let's pull them out a little bit. The book fell. All right, so what do we think? I thought the book was gonna fall again. What do I think? They look pretty similar. Hey, what's going on, Vivek? Bonsai, brother, bonsai. We just finished doing the vineyard camo on our 3rd Scorpion tank. So I've had this one for a while. I just built and painted these 2. This one actually looks a shit ton smaller than these ones. It literally looks like taller, bigger, medium to small. This one just seems short and squat. So now we paint the we'll paint the lights on it, and then we'll get some Nolan oil. There it is. We'll get some Nolan oil on the joints of these bad boys. So how's everybody doing on this side? I think it's Sunday for just about everybody, maybe. For some people it may not be, but for most people it should be Sunday morning. How's everybody doing? Anybody up to anything cool? Paint some models alongside with me? That would be cool, but you don't have to. Hey, what's going on, Francois? Oof, man, 9 in the morning. 4 in the morning here. Trying to get my yellow paint ready. It's not wanting to cooperate. It is being typical. Hey, what's going on, Russell? Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, we finally put some tape on. We got the vines going on all three of these, on both these bad boys. Let's say all three. I planted the other one a long time ago. Yeah, that'll happen. A lot of people don't understand how tiring teaching can be, especially when you're on your feet all day. Oh yeah, it can be rough. Oh man, Nathan, that makes my day, man. For you here to say that, that's actually super cool. To become part of someone's lexicon, that is probably the coolest feeling of having a stream. Unironically, that is awesome that you call relaxing Tiki time. That is super cool. I had a chance to say it today and I didn't. Right after I got off work, I had a beer and laid down and watched a TV episode of Mrs. Tiki. I should have called it Tiki time. Alright, there are the lights. Super easy, nothing too fancy. Just a little bit, like I said, just to get that tertiary color pop. We have the silver, the lead belcher, we have the Zandari dust, and we have the wall flesh. You just need like that, I guess it's not tertiary, we need like that fourth color to kind of just pop. Well, I'm glad, man. I'm glad it's a chill stream, 'cause that's what I go for. You just kind of hang out, talk about whatever you want, paint some models, and that's really it. It's all you really need, you know? A lot of people put on really good streams. They're obviously much more higher energy than me, and that's okay. Ours is also 2 a.m. to 6 a.m., so, you know, But this is kind of more of a laid-back, interactive kind of stream. You know, there's no weird, like, you know, alerts going off or, like, emojis or anything like that. It's just chill. Those are cool, don't get me wrong, but this is just chill. Alright, and there are his eyeballs / headlights. Nice. Now I just need to null and all up the machinery, and those guys will be done. And that is 2 more vehicles as part of my vow completed for the Mighty Penal Legion. That'll be 2 A trucks and 2 Scorpion Light Walkers. Not bad. I still have a Hago, a Kami, and 7 Chihas left. Plus a Ho-Ha half-track and a medium walker. God, I got so much paint. Also, if you guys want, we can incorporate something new into our streams. You know, I was trying to look to have a little bit of fun when there's time, you know. If you guys want, towards the end on the second day, like on Saturdays, we do the polls for, you know, what's the next short we're going to do that I put out on Wednesdays. You guys get to vote on Saturdays. And Sundays, if you guys want, I can do a little bit of a story time, like a 30-minute or something like that, or however long it takes. I can pop open one of the rule books or one of the Conflict 47 novels and like read you guys like a short passage. You know, if that's something you guys are interested in, you let me know. So all I'm doing is I'm just hitting these hydraulic mechanical pieces that I painted kind of there's too much. These hydraulic mechanical pieces, I'm kind of going back and hitting them with Nolan oil. Kind of get the sheen off them, that way they don't shine the same way that the compression cannon does. And that way you can see that it's like a hydraulic mechanical thing. Kind of like oil and stuff like that. Well, the reason why I say that is hopefully Warlord Games doesn't get mad at me. But I was checking their website and they only have the first book available. They don't have the second book or the prologue. And I can't really find it online, so before it goes dead media, I have copies. So I'd rather, you know, share it with you guys at least know about it. You know? I don't think they're going to lose too many profits of selling a book from just some random YouTuber guy talking about it on his stream. He's like that with us. All right, yeah, we'll do that. In the last 30 minutes of stream, we'll kind of we'll sit down. I'll probably pull a passage from the first book, and we'll kind of read about it, so you guys can kind of catch up. I love that bonsai's a thing, man. I don't even know where I got that started from. Like, I know obviously on Mordage channel, I think we were talking about bolt action or something, but dude, it just took off on its own. I feel like it's such a contagious, fun thing to say, you know? And I'm not even charging up the hill with a bayonet. So there's something, and I don't think it's how do you say? I don't think it's patronizing, but there's something about somebody reading a book to you. It could be like someone actually reading a book, like I'm going to, or it could be an audiobook. I feel like it just like cuts loose the anchor and just lets your mind drift. And I think it really helps you engage like your imagination on imagining what these things look like. You know, like you can read it and it's fine, but when you hear someone say it, I feel like it just like touches a couple extra almost senses and stuff like that, and just really helps you imagine it better. I'm not gonna lie, I think that's one of the things that really helped Warhammer 40k was the Black Library. You know, focusing on a lot of those books, especially when they ported them over to once Audible became, you know, more accessible to everybody because smartphones and shit. I think that was a huge boost to the Warhammer 40k universe. Alright, there it is. There are 2 Scorpion Lightwalkers done and done. Let me get the third one here out of the picture. Let me see if I have a different background to put up there, because I keep taking pictures of the same background. Hold on. Hopefully I don't drop and break everything. Oh, don't break the stream. Don't break the stream. There we go. Fancy. You can't tell I am a massive nerd and I read a lot. I love Osprey books. They have decent information, but they have a lot of good, you know, design ideas for uniforms and stuff. All right. Like I said, you can't find them anymore, and I may read them on another channel that's not mine that covers Warhammer 40k, but I have a lot of the Battlefleet Gothic books, which now are extremely expensive if you can find them. So, I may end up reading those. Might be kind of cool. All right, what an effective stream. We finished up two Scorpions that we had vowed, and we now actually have 3 Scorpion Lightwalkers. And if you watched, shameless plug number 562, if you watch the narrative battle report, you can see how effective that Scorpion Walker was. It kept the Panther X pinned, even though it was way out of its weight class. And then more importantly, it absolutely machine gunned the hell out of those mummies. And I am not sponsored, I'm just some random dude, but if you want a Scorpion Lightwalker, the most cost-effective way to pick it up is to get a Imperial Japanese Conflict 47 starter box. Could you get one of these bad boys? You get a full Chiha kit that can build a regular Chiha plus the Rift Tech turret. You get 24 infantry, and then you get 5 battle frame infantry. Plus a rulebook, plus order dice, and pin markers, and all the other hoopla. Damn good value. It's like the, what is that? The, I'm trying to get the movie Glorious Bastards. Like, would you take that deal? That's a damn good deal. I'd take that deal. Yeah, the compression cannon, for whatever reason, even the light one, you know, Russell's in the chat now, he plays Common 47. It is a beast for what it does. It has decent range, but more importantly, it shoots 3 times. And if you hit with all 3 shots, you get a compression wave, which is a special rule. And depending on what you're shooting, like a building or a tank or infantry, it actually has a special rule that happens. But yeah, compression, these light compression cannons, these aren't tank hunters. These will never be tank hunters, but it allows them to harass these things can harass the absolute shit out of a tank. Because they also have the recon rule, you know? So if you don't get to shoot first with your Scorpion and they shoot at you, you get to just walk away. Then maybe you'll get to shoot first next turn. I haven't used Tesla yet, so I can't really comment on it. I've used the sure fuel projector, the gravity projector. That thing is also a nightmare. It has a hell of a long range. It does a lot of damage, especially the more heavier armored target, the more penetration. And when you hit, the target can't run the next point. So if you have like infantry, or a great example, you know, it's what you talk about horde weapons. Let's say I had a horde of zombies, either Toten Core, let's say Germany versus Germany, or I had my Shibito, my Japanese zombies, like kind of marching up the board. You can hit it with like a Panther X or a Panzer 4X. You know, you can hit it with the gravity projector because you're still going to put your bow mini machine gun into it with Hitler's buzzsaws. You're still putting an absolute shit ton of machine gun rounds, but then you can also hit it with a gravity cannon. What that does, they don't have a lot of armor, so you're not getting a lot of damage on it, but you're also hitting them and slowing them down, because next turn they can only advance, they can't run. And if you know about zombies, they already are slow, so they have a very reduced movement speed. So if they can't run, they're barely moving at all, and that's a whole nother turn that they're not effective. So yeah, the gravity cannon, it's not all about damage with the Germans. Sometimes it's just about tactics. You know, you can really smack the shit out of someone with a gravity cannon, not to do damage, but just to prevent them from running away. You can even set up like a 1-2 punch where you can hit a vehicle with a gravity pulse, and that way it sets it up next turn for your infantry, if you have like anti-tank grenades, to kind of swarm that thing and take it down. Yeah, so that's one thing I do like about Conflict 47 is you have a lot of people who, they play bolt action, they play competitively, and that's okay. Play how you want to play. But Conflict 47 takes your competitiveness and just throws it out the window. Like, there's so many new units and so many, like, special rules that it's just, it feels like going from chess or StarCraft to going into, like, Red Alert. You know, just absolute craziness. Fun, but just absolute shenanigans. And you can't even be mad. I'm like, you know, what do you mean your Tesla jumped from my infantry to, you know, or yeah, you shoot a big group of infantry and it jumps around and takes out a bunch of people and it jumps to something else. Like, what do you mean? Like, it's a Tesla gun. Like, oh, that's cool, you know? You can't even be mad. Alright, like I said, I was showing this off earlier. This is our Kempeitai. They do have the white gloves, so it is just like a Kempeitai. They were secret police, so you know, they can't get more secret than like an undercover person. They do have their SMG, and I think they count. I think they're even good enough for regular bolt action too. Gotta be careful how I hold this model. Don't want to make any of these sensitive viewers at home blush. Yeah, zombies are definitely slow, you know. I've seen them used a lot, especially in demo games. They are just slower than you think. Best thing is just kind of like march them down. Hopefully they get lucky and like can swarm an objective, or sometimes they'll just catch rounds. A lot of times I just see people ignore them. Or try to anyways. They are good at trying to take objectives, yeah, because they do have the horror special rules, like any unit within 6 inches, like I said, it can affect their morale. So yeah, it's great for taking an objective. It just takes them the longest time to get there. Like he was saying, just take a truck and load it full of zombies. Just, you can literally just imagine like one guy terrified in the back with zombies, you know, as the truck drives, he's literally just opening the tailgate and just kicking them all out and let it fall off the back of the truck. Yes, it is. But that's also a shit ton of points. As someone with 20 zombies, I can attest. It is cool. I haven't fielded all 20 at one time. I kind of want to. Alright, there are the boots done. Yeah, no, Russell, I think you're right. I think it's all about narrative stuff, man. Like I said, I think DiceCon can be fun for like a fair or a learning game, but I think once you're used to it, I think Conflict 47 really benefits from like a narrative play. That's why I like special stuff. Like I like playing with like night fighting rules and small stuff like that. I don't know. I like minefields. If you notice again, shameless plug, the narrative bat rep I put in like in my rivers I put gators, you know. Because if you don't put in gators, people are just going to try and cross the stream wherever they can. It makes bridges important because you're like, okay, not just do I need to use bridges for vehicles. You know, I was like, yeah, you could try and cross that stream. You know, you might get eaten in half with a gator. She can hard to see. It's gonna be hard to see because of the bright light. But yeah, we're just painting her boots and her MP40 right now. Does anybody else use their thumb as a palette? Like when you have excess paint or anything like that? I don't know if it's just like an old wives' tale, if I'm just used to doing it, or if it's like the oil from the natural oil on your skin that helps break down the paint or what, but I don't know, I find it useful. Oh, nice. Hey, I appreciate that, Russell. I didn't know people watch the streams that aren't live, so I'll try and talk more so there's less silence. But I hope you have a great day at work, brother. I appreciate your support. I always love talking about Conflict 47 with you. Take it easy, Russell. Have a great day, man. I always appreciate you guys showing up. I know I stream really weird hours, so I know it can be hard to make the stream. I appreciate what you guys do. But hopefully, if you guys are looking to relax, you know, if you're stuck at work or stuck trying to stay awake or whatever, hopefully this stream's here for you when you need it. Definitely why I made it, and I hope that's the point. Hope that comes across. Yeah, we're sticking with one color right now, and now we're doing all the blacks. We're doing her boots, the weapon, then her hair. Gotta be real careful not to get on the gloves, because it's hard to get, after these have been sprayed white, it's hard to get that shade of white again. And the white gloves, I think, is extremely important for it to look like a Kempeitai model, you know? Working on the hair. shit, I did exactly what I didn't want to do. I got a little bit on the glove. Sorry, I had to pull the model in just a little bit closer because I'm doing some kind of high detail work on her bangs. Alright, there we go. Sorry, the bangs were being an absolute pain in my ass. Sorry, I had to cut a little 3D print piece off. Alright, there is her in her hair. These models would also make a good nurse, so you could pin them up like nurses. Alright, let's see what we got going on here. I'm trying to get the book queued up for story time too here in a minute. Alright, I will be closing the poll in about 5 minutes, so feel free to get your vote in if you'd like. So for the reading, I'm just going to start reading chapter 1 from the book Seaforth Ladies. I'm going to skip through the prologue just because the prologue is similar to the stuff I covered in my Welcome to Conflict 47 video. Shameless plug. And we're just going to kind of jump right to the action. All right, we're starting to get the first color on the skirt. All right, I think we made some pretty good progress. We finished 2 Scorpion light tanks, and we worked on our second Kempeitai. Not bad at all. Alright, let's check out this poll and see what's going on. Alright, the poll has ended. Let's see. Ooh. So it looks like 10 people voted, and it looks like 60%. The majority do enjoy small, pointless, and narrative objectives versus large, pointless, and simple objectives. Alright, what I meant by that is like, you know, the second one's kind of like what you'd see at a tournament game where it's like, alright, this one is this objective out of the book, you just gotta get your forces off the board. You know, there's no like kind of setup why, you know, like, okay, it's this one, it's kill points, or this one you gotta put a bomb on, you know, this marker in your opponent's backfield. Like, those are fun tactically, but I feel like they're just missing a little narratively and story-wise. But I think narrative is the adversary of fairness and competitiveness, because narrative it's always it's not gonna be balanced. It's the whole, I think the whole part of narrative is kind of telling a story. So sometimes you're David, sometimes you're Goliath, you know. You know, that also makes sense. You know, Francois, it's a very fair point. Why bring that whole massive thing onto a boat? Yeah, no, you're right. No, I like smaller lists because I feel like they really kind of make you pick and choose what you have in your list. It can't just be like okay, I'm going to take every tank I have, plus this, plus that. Okay, I still have some more points. Let me just super upgrade my units to give them everything. It's kind of like, hey, let me really, do I really want that unit? What's that going to cost me if I take it on this? It really kind of makes you feel the pinch of, you know, economy of force and kind of making the best of wise decision. Alright, so let me dry off this paintbrush and bring up the story, and we'll get right into Chapter 1 of Seaforth Ladies. Give me about 2 to 3 minutes. Alright, I am back, and let's do this. Let's start our story. Alright. So to keep it fair use, I'll read the story while painting. That way it's not just me like doing, I guess, like a Twitch kind of ASMR reading to you, you know? So I am still going to be painting my model while I read the story out. So let's get started. Alright, so this is chapter 1, and it's called Counterattack. And it's from C4th Ladies. Sorry, that had my paint ready and I didn't. There we go. It's hard to set there. Okay, there we go, Alright. As their standard operating procedures, the German attack starts with the screaming terror of the moaning minis crashing down in the C-Force positions. As rockets hit, the quieter but the deadlier crump of the German 80mm mortars could also be heard as they hit with their usual deadly accuracy. When the artillery bombardment had started, Alexandra "Alex" Mackenzie had the unfortunate luck of being outside of her walker. She had been making a much-needed call of nature at the first sound of the incoming rocket. Alex paused just long enough to pull up her pants before grabbing her captured Stig 44 and leaping into a nearby slit trench that her walker, Winnie, had dug just before this emergency. Only when she was in the relative safety of the narrow piece of dug earth did she take the time to do up the lower part of her uniform. Her luck continued to be bad. Just as she finished, another body landed on top of her, pinning her in place. She's like, "Williams! What the fuck?" said Alex, as she wriggled from underneath him, him being a much larger man. "Oh, sorry, Sergeant," said Williams, as they both tried to occupy a space only meant for one person. Williams was a recent replacement, and while he wasn't lacking in courage, there was still from a small town called United Church Innocence. So when his hand accidentally grabbed her, he immediately removed it with a quick, "Oh, sorry, Sergeant." Unfortunately, that was the hand that was also supporting his weight, so he fell back down on the much smaller sergeant. Alex knew it was impossible, but she was sure that Chantel and her other crewmates were laughing at her right now. She said, "Stop squirming, you idiot. That's an order." She said this knowing that the only way she was going to get out of this without cracked ribs was to take charge. He said, "Yes, Sergeant," in a very flattened voice. Alex listened to the artillery. The moaning minis' attacks were intense but not continuous. The blasts in the area were done for now. They could risk pieces of themselves from being from the edge of the trench. "Right, on 3, you're going to wiggle sideways and turn to your left." She said this as she slipped past Williams' left hand to make sure he knew which way he was about to move. "Yes, Sergeant," he said with great confidence. She's like, "Okay, 3. And as she also started wiggling with several embarrassing grunts, the two of them successfully swapped places and started moving to the top of the trench. "Stay here until all clear is called. We're in for one long night of rockets before the Krauts hit us with their ground attack," Alex said as she rolled out of the trench, reaching back for her German-made assault rifle and ran toward her walker. Once she was by Winnie, the night started to truly get loud, as the Corps' 5.5-inch cannons started their counter-battery work, and their own division's 25-pounder started to plaster potential concentration points for the German attack. By the time she had popped the hatch and got into Winnie's cramped crew compartment, the second volley of moaning minis was incoming. She got the armored hatch closed just as the first rocket hit. Not as heavy as the first attack, those thinking machines must have actually worked this time. What she's referring to, if it's cool with you guys, I'm going to stop and explain some things. So what she says thinking machines, what she's referring to is the British were using the turning machines and Leda Lovelace, not just to make the automated robots, but also to make kind of like battle AI to kind of predict what's going to happen. As Alex strapped herself into her seat, Winnie's driver spoke with her Acadian-style English was hard to understand those who weren't fortunate to it. Luckily, Alex and Chantel had been working together for 4 months, and Alex had developed an ear for it. She said, "Yeah, well, those machines can't be wrong all the time," she replied. She didn't trust a lot of the newer science that had come out after 44, except for Winnie, of course. Winnie was special. We got company headquarters on the horn," said Private Becky Popoff, Winnie's radio operator and loader. As the rest of the crew ran through the pre-start checklist starting up the Grizzly Walker, they might have been under artillery attack, but it wasn't enough of an emergency not to keep the procedure. So what a Grizzly medium walker is, it's kind of guys fill you in. It's the medium walker that the Allies use, the British and the Americans, the Canadians. It's got a medium machine gun on the body. It's got a heavy machine gun up top. It's usually got a 75 millimeter weapon like in the torso, and then it has its 2 fists. So it's basically like a Sherman with legs, except it doesn't have any weak spots. It's armor all the way around. What's up, HS? Alright, so let me get back to it. She hops on the radio, and she's like, "Able Company, this is Echo 7 Alpha. We are up and ready," she says, her voice calm. "Echo 7 Alpha, this is Able. Be ready for anything, including vampires," said company headquarters. Like, "Roger that, Able. We'll be ready." Suddenly, Battalion CO himself was on the line. All units, this is Echo. Attack incoming. I say again, attack incoming. Light them up, people. Send them back to hell." When the Canadians first started to receive Grizzly Assault Walkers, they did what they usually did with new kit. They tried to make it better. In the case of the Grizzly, the improvement included the addition of smoke projectors. When the Germans started to regularly attack at night with creatures out of any sane person's nightmare, the smoke projectors had been converted to flare launchers, firing red magnesium signal flares to kind of help light up the night. At the call from battalion headquarters, Alex had toggled the switch to fire the Winnie's flares towards the front. Soon, 6 brightly glowing red flares were illuminating a 50-yard stretch swath of land, 100 yards to the front of Winnie's position. Adding to this ribbon of light were flares from Able Company's 2-inch mortars and C-Force 3-inch mortars. Sounds like War of Wars back in the day. Yeah, okay, so next page. She's like, "Tanks, moving front, repeat tanks," said someone over the battalion network. Now that the rockets had stopped, Alex risked popping the hatch to get a better look at what was happening. As she did, when he lurched up into his feet, she extended her arms, rotating as his powerful fists. They showed what he was able and ready for battle. Now they just needed targets. Alex didn't have long to wait. Sure enough, just as the first salvo of flares was halfway down to the ground, she saw several large shapes looming towards C4's positions. She screamed, "Gunners! Werewolves! Left 10 degrees!" Alex shrieked over the headset. Even with the intercom, Alex's voice was normally hard to hear over the roar of Winnie's engines. The only way Alex could reliably be heard was by loudly shrieking through the line, thus her name, Shrew, by the other members of the Walker when they thought she wasn't in earshot. And then kaboom! Winnie's 75mm cannon fired its ready round towards the attacking Germans. In less than a second, a barely audible whomp resulted as white phosphorus round was sent out chunks of burning, scorched German storm wolves, starting fires and wrecking the wolf's night sight. So it's super important there. Another thing to remember, the writer actually did a pretty good job of mentioning these units. Trying to break it up, that way no one can just like kind of clip this and put together an audiobook and I get my pantsuit off. But Schreckwolfen, which is what they're fighting right now, it's kind of a medium walker versus Schreckwolfen. Schreckwolfen do actually have IR vision. So where that comes into play, if you're playing a game with night attack rules, or if someone pops smoke, it does not matter to the Schreckwolfen. They can see right through that shit. So that's another cool thing about Conflict 47. Using smoke and bolt action is a very viable and good tactic, but using smoke in Conflict 47 may or may not be useful because some heavy infantry, like the Americans, And some horror units, like the Schreckwolfen, can actually have IR vision and see right through your smoke. So then she says, Gunner, load white phosphorus. Adjust another 10 degrees left, and as she shouted through the intercom, Willie Pete, 10 degrees left eye. And she rotates left, replied Sarah May, the Winnie's gunner. Alex held her hand onto the hatch of Winnie's torso, rotating several degrees to help better align the cannon. And when she says ready, Alex says fire. Another white phosphorus round hit the German attacking line in the confusion. All right, so what do we think of that? Other than my shitty reading ability. What do you guys think of, that wasn't all the first chapter, it's just kind of like the beginning of it. It's kind of weird to read it when it's in like third/second person. I feel weird saying people's names repeatedly. The kind of cool thing is everything they're mentioning is in the lore and in the books. Like I said, Canadians always repurposing issued gear, making things a little bit better. They kind of have some of their own units. Germans, attacking with indirect fire and then following it up with horror units like Werewolf, Schreckwolfen, Totenkorps, things like that, and then following it up with actual tanks. Yeah, I've read them before. They're not obnoxious in either direction. They're not like either super feminist, but they're also not super fan arty either. It's pretty sticks to the middle pretty much. It does it because in Conflict 47 so many people have died that they need to start enlisting everybody, including females. And that was the benefit of walkers because they're smaller. You need small people inside of it, and women are traditionally smaller, so they naturally started filling out all the walker crews. Oh, I just realized I was muted that whole time. Well, shit. Damn, now I'm not sure what was said, what was not said. Not a bad, like I said, not a bad book. We'll see how we like the reading. Like I said, I'll probably read from different excerpts through the actual rule book. The book's not bad. It just kind of has its own style. I think it's better read than read out loud, if that makes sense. But I have some other excerpts from the rule book I could read on different streams. Like I said, you can find it. I think you can still find it on Kindle. I think it's like only a couple of bucks, like $2 or $3, so it's not bad. A lot of the stuff they talk about is real, though. Like as far as the Schreckwolfen having IR vision, them using thinking machines to try and predict where they're going to attack. I'm really super excited for the way that version 3 bolt action works to come to Conflict 47. Having all those different platoons, I think it's going to be a huge game changer. Really excited for that. All right. Well, that's green drawing. Let me work on the red. Oh no, I think I'll try to get some blue work on. I'm excited to finish these two. That's why I'm working on these two Kempeitai. Because once I have these built, and I finish those eight tanks, then all I'll have left is those militiamen right over there to the right, and then that'll be a full 12-point army. 8 tanks, 2 Shikis in experience, and that 6 Chihas in experience. Pretty crazy. Alright, let's see if I can get another base coat on here. Around. This paint doesn't go on very well, but that's fine. It's okay. It ends up looking okay in the layers. But this is that apple barrel craft paint. Oh yeah, there you go. It's starting to come together. Alright, so to catch up on the next week, we have a short coming out on Wednesday. We voted yesterday, and we voted for the ZP T-34. Yeah, so it'll be like the USSR, the Soviet tank, but converted for the sonic cannon. And then I'm not sure if I'll have a video coming out Friday or not. I think I have a lot more work to do to get the other more instructional bat rep out. I don't know. I'll see if I can get something out Friday. We'll see. My guarantees are always trying to get a short out on Wednesday. I can't guarantee it, but I try really hard to. And then I try really hard to make sure I run these streams 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. on Saturday and Sunday. One thing to look for is I am in talks with Weird World War II to meet up and not in the real world, but to like do a collab video, I guess, talking about like movies, like alternate history, weird World War II movies, like our favorites, like a top 10. So that'll be a lot of fun. Not sure when that's coming, but I'm definitely looking forward to it. Yeah, I think the red, white, blue, and the red bows really kind of help sell the whole thing. All we're doing up now is just trying to finish up this last Kempeitai. The hardest bow is the one in the back. Alright, that one's mostly done. Just a little bit of cleanup work, that should be it. Alright. Not bad, not a bad 2-day stream at all. See the other project I'm working on, I'm kind of happy on. There's our plane. Let's see our scale of our plane. Oh yeah, I think that scale works. Yeah, that's pretty good. Not bad at all. All right, so I'm just taking a second look back. I actually finished finished these 2 Scorpion Walkers a lot faster than I thought I would. So I'm actually really glad with that. I said, yeah, the reading that book, I forgot that's how the starting part of the book was. It's a little weird to read out loud. So like, yeah, probably won't be reading again for a little while. Maybe I'll find something else that just reads a little bit better. Maybe I won't be so tired when I read. But also something fun to try. Kind of see how we like it. It's kind of yeah. But we did get two Scorpions fully painted, and we got one Kempeitai almost fully painted, so that's actually not bad for one stream. We talked a little bit about Conflict 47, kind of how it applies, and how we like to play. And I'm with you guys. I think I'm enjoying these small points. I really want to get a couple 750-point games in. I just feel like it's so interesting, you know, because you really have to, you know, get skinny in your armies, you know, no wasted points. Everything has to be there for a reason. You can't just... I mean, I feel bad because it's like you take big lists, you can have all the fun stuff, but on this one, I mean, you really got to kind of trim it down. But alright, if you guys are headed off to sleep, I hope you get the sleep that you desperately deserve. Oh, hold on, just saw your comment. Oh, hey, sorry, I just read your comment, Nathan. Dude, man, I'm super glad I'm helped. I'm glad the chillness. I was worried when I swapped the music that when I went from Hawaiian to like my own background music that I made with Suno, I was worried it would ruin the relaxed vibe, but it actually helps me paint a lot better. This music is a lot easier for me to paint to, because it kind of has like varying RPMs and stuff, and it's still pretty chill. So I like it. Hopefully you guys like the music too. It's so cool to see like what you guys get done on stream. You know, while I'm over here painting, it's cool to be like mutually productive. But with that being said, if you guys are headed off to sleep, I hope you get the sleep that you deserve. I hope you get that good REM, that good sleep. Wake up refreshed. If you guys are headed off to work, I hope it ends up being a good one. I hope you guys have, you know, no rush hour. You get there, maybe it's someone's birthday, there's free cake in the break room. Who knows, man? It's all about what kind of place you work at. But ultimately, I hope you guys stay safe, stay hydrated. Don't forget to relax today, because you're on Tiki time.
Shipwrecked soldiers on wooden sand, Type rifles in hand, hula gals with summer smiles, no war drums, just beach for miles. Ghost parked by Tiki lights, shadows dance in tropic nights, sand beneath where boots once stood, paradise ain't so misunderstood. Lost in waves and hula tunes, tiki drinks and months of moons, forgot the fight in distant lands, just surf and play with tired hands. Bunkers built from palm and hope, coconuts and crude soap, imperial dreams, fade and sun, warriors turn beach bums. Shine to ocean gods we raise, praying for forgotten days, sake in the campfire glow, life's a surfboard, ebb and flow. Lost in waves and hula tunes, tiki drinks and months of moons, forgot the fight in distant lands, just surf and play with tired hands. Lost in waves and hula tunes, play with.